our first class of Angus steers. We have 2 entries, Red Axline and Lillian Storm. Red steer weighs 1,200 pounds and Lillian steer weighs 1,198 pounds.
Check on your feet.
As we get started on the market show here today, got a great pair of Angus market steers. We're going to start with the young man's calf. I think this one's a little sharper in his lines. I think he's more expressive in terms of his muscling. You get on top of him, you think back shape is pretty close. I think the young man's calf that leads off is a little fresher condition. He has a little, he's covered over the last rib. But he doesn't have that extra fat to actually give him width. I think he's naturally got more shape and dimension to him. And like I said, I think his cover is just a nickel fresher than this one in second. One in second has a good little build to him. He's sharp necked, really up-headed and proud calf. He is one, like I said, you get on top of him with your hands on him, he's very wide. I think that calf is just maybe a little past his prime condition. He's going to eat very well, but there's going to be some waste there. I'd just like to see him a little more higher cut ability, but then we get right in behind him, we step in there. I just don't think he's as just don't know if he's as quite a wide pin and wide stifle as that one that lives in class. But a really nice pair of Angus cattle. Let's give them 2 exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations, results of Class 1 Angus steers. First place goes to Red Axline, second place Lillian Storm. Entering the ring now will be Class 2 of Angus steers. We have 4 entries. 2 of Angus steers, we have 4 entries. Knox Axine with his steer weighing 1,260 pounds. Jackson Broadhurst with his steer weighing 1,290 pounds. Avery Harbaugh with her steer weighing 1,270 pounds. And Lillian Storm with her steer weighing 1,312 pounds. We'd like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Corey Thompson. Corey was born and raised in Wayne, Nebraska on his family's diversified livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Corey received his bachelor's degree in animal science from the University of Nebraska, where he also competed on the livestock judging team. After graduating college, Corey worked at several show cattle operations, which eventually led him to Mitchell, South Dakota, where he became the head herdsman for Bushy Park and DeRushi cattle. There, he showed countless male-and-Jew national champions who left a lasting impact on the breed. You can find DCC and VP genetics on the backside of pedigrees of the winningest females and most popular bulls in the breed today. Today, he is the customer success representative for 605 sires and donors in Marion, South Dakota for both the semen collection and IVF sides of the operation. He takes pride in working with some of the best sires, donors, and operations in the country, something that he can attribute to his plethora of connections in the industry. With a drive to push the needle forward, he spearheaded the task to add an on-site sex semen lab to give 605 customers another avenue to promote their genetics. Corey has had the opportunity to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the American Royal and Cattlemen's Congress. Corey and his wife Stacy have one son, Kai, who enjoys showing cattle and market goats. Let's give Corey a round of applause for coming out here today to judge our youth market steer show.
think a really good class here if you were a judging team working out. To me, it kind of boils down to two pairs. We're going to start off with what I think is the optimum condition, the optimum muscle, with one that's on the stand offers the most unique pieces in terms of cleanliness of chest, sharp lines. He's a nice fronted type of a calf. When you set him in motion, I wish he'd just utilized his back wheels just a little better and just flexed his hock and stretched just a little bit more, but I think it's more than acceptable for a market cattle. And like I say, he just combines a lot of nice things into an Angus market steer. That's not to take anything away from the young man's calf, because he's actually, at times when he throws his head up, he'll give you a little more of a cocky look. He pushes a little more chest floor. He sure has a lot more shoulder with his muscle. He pushes a lot of shoulder, especially lower shoulder, and you change the way he ties together in terms of the forelimb into his shoulder blade. My biggest problem with him is he's just got a lot of chest floor and it just throws his balance off, but fundamentally that's a very good finished calf, and to me from that regard he's the second best one. Calf that comes next, really the next two are very similar. To me it's very close. I thought there was a little more depth of loin and just a little more back shape in the calf in third here. Both of these I just changed their structure. One in third there wants to hop in a little bit, gets a little wide on his front end as he travels around the ring, but that's a big back calf, no doubt about it. And then a really big frame steer, one of the biggest frame ones in the class, comes next. He again, like the one ahead of him, wants to hop in and just shuffle around on his back too, just a little bit. Just don't know if he's got quite as much back shape and just high cut a bit, or the high cuts are quite as big on that one. But boy, he's a good looking calf. Young man's done a great job of feeding that one as well. Let's give all four of those exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations, results of Class 2 Angus steers. First place goes to Avery Harbaugh. Second place, Knox Axline. Third place, Lillian Storm. And fourth place, Jackson Broadhorse. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 2, 4, 1, and 3. Entering the ring now is Class 3 of Angus steers. We have 5 entries: Hayden Hahn, Jacob Holler, Colton Newsbaum, Jordan Oler, and Travis Storm. This class has weights ranging from 1348 to 1391.
Boy, a very nice trio of registered Angus steers here in my mind. To me, the one that we're going to lead off with, he combines the next two to a high degree. This calf isn't the heaviest muscled one in the class. And to me, it's not always about the muscle. We are showing them here, and this is called a show steer show, and this one dang sure qualifies as a show steer. Very proud. Love the way his neck shoots up out of his shoulder blade. And he's got more than enough muscle in my mind for an Angus steer. If we're going to change him, I would probably prefer him more the size of the calf in second. I just think for a market steer, he maybe pushes the envelope a little bit frame-wise. This calf in second, in terms of back shape and muscle, I prefer him more than anything in the class. You get your hands on him, he is a rip-roaring, big-topped, really stout-ended, stout-pinned individual. From a carcass standpoint, he is very, very good. He's not nearly as attractive up through his front one-third as the calf in first. He twists out on his front end. I think his shoulder construction and knee is not nearly as high quality. But boy, from a carcass standpoint, back shape, width, young man's done a great job of feeding that calf. He just is a solid place for second. This calf in third, he probably mirrors the look and the tall fronted and the choke neck like the calf in first very, very well. When you get your hands on him, he gets a little more opened up behind his shoulder blade. Just maybe doesn't have that extra punch. And I could live with all that if he really moved out true and square off his back end. But he wants to get just a little outside himself and kind of roll off them back toes just a little bit. And I'd just like to change that about him. He also gets a little waisty in terms of his middle. Just like to trim him up just a little bit. Not his handle is still fresh, but his midsection just reads a little full. And then we get into a little tougher pair here for fourth and fifth. Two cattle that are a little excessive for me in terms of their condition, just pushing a little bit more chest. I think there's a little more wow factor and just cocky front end look to that calf in fourth. Calf that rounds out the class, man, that sucker, you're going to have to trim some fat off of them ribeyes. That calf will eat very well, just doesn't have that extra circumference of bone, doesn't move quite as true and square on his back end like the cattle on up the line. But that's 5 steers that were fed and cared for very well. Let's give all 5 of them kids a round of applause.
Congratulations, results of Class 3 Angus steers. First place goes to Hayden Hahn. Second place, Jacob Holler. Third place, Jordan Oler. Fourth place, Colton Newsbaum. And fifth place, Travis Storm. Following along on your program, down the right-hand side, 1, 2, 4, 3, and 5. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 of Angus steers. We have 4 entries: Parker Hahn, Sydney Oler, Travis Storm, and Colton Wood. The weight range on these steers is 14 to 1455.
All righty. I don't know if anybody can hear anything as hard as it's raining, but we'll give her a try. Whale of a set of 4 Angus steers here. I think we got a very logical place to start off this class, much like the one that won the last class. Very attractive up through his front end, smooth shouldered. He's the heaviest muscled one in the class, and I think his structure is sure more than adequate. Just a real solid place to start. This calf that's second in this class, to me, he might be the best built Angus steer that we've seen all day. From a skeletal standpoint, foot quality, this calf is high quality. I would just like to maybe put him on a self-feeder of a high energy ration for 3 weeks and just try to get a little more cover on that guy. He's just a little bare over that last rib, and I think it just blew him up just a little bit in terms of his muscle. Today, he just comes up a little green in terms of his condition as compared to that one in first, but from a skeletal, hip, back, feet, and legs, that's a very good calf from a skeletal standpoint. Calf that's third here, just one that is just a little more kind of mainstream. I mean, I'd like to see a feedlot full of them in terms of showing them as a show steer today. Sure not as square and full out of his hip. Doesn't move and set down quite as square in terms of how he moves his hock and his hind wheels. But that calf has some muscle. Love his finish. Young lady's done a great job with that individual. Really a long hip, the longest hip calf out of these 4 comes next. A calf that's got so much length of body. He just gives up quite a bit of muscle when you get in behind him and up on top of him. He just doesn't have that extra width and robustness like the 3 ahead of him do. But great set of Angus steers. Let's give all 4 of those exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 4 Angus steers. First place goes to Parker Hahn. Second place, Colton Wood. Third place, Sydney Oler. And fourth place, Travis Storm. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 1, 3, 4, 2. Entering the ring now will be Class 5 of Angus steers. We have 2 entries, Adeline Eves and Aubrey Pellin, which was an added entry into this class. The weight range on this class is 1,495 pounds and 1,510 pounds.
Again, much like every class, I think just a real solid place to start here in this class of, I think it's the biggest class of Angus steers we're going to see. Got him, this one that wins is just about touching 1,500. He's a big back steer, and you know, it used to be we couldn't feed a steer to 1,500 and to where their chest floor and their condition was fresh. The genetics of these cattle, that calf's, he's knocking on the door of 1,500. He's still extremely fresh in his condition. Really gives you a cool, fresh look from the side. Young lady's done a great job with that calf. We'll look forward to seeing him in the Grand Drive. And then the calf in second here, he mirrors that calf in terms of his front 1/3 and the cockiness he has and the sharpness up through his front end. Beyond that, he just doesn't have the natural expression like that calf in first does. Doesn't have that extra back shape and width. He's got a little extra condition on him to freshen him up ever so slightly, and he might just move those hind wheels just a little better. But that's two Angus steers that were fed very, very well. Let's give both those young ladies a round of applause.
Results of Class 5 Angus steers. First place goes to Aubrey Palin. Second place, Adeline Eves. We'll now have the selection of our champion and reserve champion Angus steer. We'll have our class winners back in the ring from Class 1, Rhett Axline. Class 2, Avery Harbaugh. Class 3, Hayden Hahn. Class 4, Parker Hahn. And Class 5, Aubrey Palin.
Boy, what a great way to start the day here. This is about as many Angus steers as I've ever judged in a breed before. So kudos to the kids. I know Angus is a very popular breed out on the East Coast. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause for bringing out a great set. We'll just talk real briefly about these things because I think the kids have put the time in. I just want to let him know what the judge was thinking. Calf that starts off the show that wins the first class, just a real fundamentally high quality calf, very, very fresh in terms of his condition at that lower weight, that's got more than enough muscles. Maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, as clean chested as a couple others and just up fronted and neat in his lines, but that's a very fundamentally good fat steer. Much like the calf out of the second class, probably the slickest haired one that we've seen in the Angus division. But that calf there, I love his back shape. The carcass quality of that calf is very, very good. He does have a little more look and style to his design, a little bit more set to his neck, and just that cocky look. Where we would change him is he just doesn't have that extra reach on those back two when you set him in motion around the ring. The show steer, absolute show steer, is the one out of Class 3. You talk about a proud look, just got that high tie and neck set to him, clean chested, love his balance and his proportions are very, very good. You step in right behind this one, get up on top of him. He is one that's got more than enough muscle. You know, where we would fix him just ever so slightly, if we could moderate him one frame score, boy, come on, Angus Junior Nationals, he'd been tougher than nails. May have been, I don't know. But that calf, he is very, very, very good. Next calf mirrors him from the side view profile in terms of that extra look and presence, and the way he carries himself around the ring is very, very good. His back shape is good as well. I think follows that calf right ahead of him. Don't know if he's got quite the width of stifle that the steers on either side of him have. And when you set him in motion, I'd like to see him step down just a little truer and squarer on those back two. Another one that really, in terms of back shape, I know he's the heaviest one, but when you get your hands on that calf there, he is absolutely outstanding in terms of the squareness to his back, and the way his skeletal construction is up high. It is very, very good. Probably doesn't have that extra neck set, that extra arrogance to him like the two right ahead of him. And where I would pick on this one probably the hardest, the young lady keeps loining him to kind of get those pins to pop up. He gets a little rounder in terms of his hip structure, not quite as full out of his hip as a couple others out in the lineup, but he is definitely in contention because his back shape and just carcass quality is very, very good. So with that, to me, it's a one-horse race out here. There's one that sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's the young lady's right here, and she's got him set up on point. Let's congratulate her, Champion Angus steer.
Congratulations, your Champion Angus steer is exhibited by Hayden Hahn. Coming into contention from Class 3 is our second place entry, Jacob Holler.
And we bring that young man that was second in that class, and to me, he's a lot like the calf out of Class 5, just so dense in terms of his muscle and back shape, tremendous carcass quality in that calf. Love his pin width. He just likes to spin out on his front feet in terms of how he's constructed in his front end, and just doesn't have that extra wow factor like that calf that won the division. To me, in terms of putting together a pair of steers that stick together and do the right thing, young man in the straw cowboy hat, he's the second best one. He'll be reserved.
Congratulations, your reserve Champion Angus steer is exhibited by Parker Hahn. We will be doing all backdrop photos at the end of the show as a reminder. There's a red two-toned Ford King Ranch truck parked in front of the EMS fire rescue tent right across the way. It needs to be moved in 10 minutes or it's being towed. They cannot get their gator out. So again, a red Ford two-tone King Ranch parked right across here in front of the EMS fire rescue tent. You need to move your truck immediately. right, we'll now begin our Hereford steer show. Entering the ring is Class 1 Hereford steers. We have 2 entries, Blake Lambert and Autumn Stevens. Colton Atwell's entry in this class is a scratch. Our weights on these steers are 1245 and 1214.
Boy, there's some give and take. Whoa. Give and take with these 2 steers here. Wish there was a way we could combine the 2 of them. I think we'd have a very, very good steer if we did that. The calf in first, just from a skeletal standpoint and just unique pieces and pushing the needle, he is the best in terms of his shoulder construction. He's just way more unique in terms of his front end. I think he sets down truer and squarer off of both ends of his skeleton. Really paints a pretty silhouette from the side. Don't think he's as wide stifled. I don't know if he has as much natural back shape as the calf in second. I do like his condition. Think he's fresher in terms of his condition when you get your hands on him. Just think he's way sharper in terms of his lines. Really a fundamentally good steer here in second, though, too. I think this is probably the closest pair I've had thus far today. He's got the advantage in terms of having a little more just width of muscle, especially down his top, and I think he's wider pinned as well. He just doesn't have the extra cleanliness through his chest floor. Sure, not as cool necked as that calf in first. And I just don't think he's wanting to jump and play around. But beyond that, I just don't think he's as true and square off of both ends as that calf in the first hole. Let's give both those exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 1, Hereford steers. First place goes to Blake Lambert. Second place, Autumn Stevens. Entering the ring now will be Class 2 of Hereford steers. We have 6 entries: Layla Ahalt, Sean Duty, Bennett Green, Austin Justice, and Austin Justice. These steers' weights range from 1280 to 1337.
I think a very close pair here in my mind, and it just boils down to personal preference. You know, I've been trying to get myself to be a little bit more forgiving on structure in market cattle and get them sound enough, but not just go overboard and pick them like breeding heifers. And to me, that pair kind of brings that into play. The one that I'm going to start with is easily the sound-footed, really extra long stepping calf of the pair. He's big and bold in terms of his body. I think he's got an adequate amount of muscle and an adequate amount of look to him, but pretty much he just dominates the pair in his foot quality and the way he utilizes his appendages. He does it very, very well. This calf in second, no doubt, he has got some cooler pieces to him. He's cooler necked. Back shape right behind his blade, the top side of his blade right there, is something that you do not see in purebred Herefords very often. So I gravitated toward him and wanted to convince myself, hey, that's good enough structure and we can live with that. The more I get to looking at him, I just think his back wheels get a little bit tight, just doesn't utilize that hot quite like I'd like to see, and I'm going to call that one just not sound enough to beat that one in first today. But I do recognize he's got some of the coolest pieces that we've seen today in a calf. I'd just like to see him a little sounder in his overall skeletal build and quality. But a very high quality calf. That's two awesome steers. This young lady's calf that comes next gets a little tougher to put together after those two. He's just a little in terms of his shape, just doesn't have that extra expression. When she gets him up on the side view profile,
First place goes to Austin Justice. Second place, Austin Justice. Third place, Layla Ahalt. Fourth place, Bennett Green. Fifth place, Sean Duty. And sixth place, Bennett Green. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 3, 5, 6.
steers, and there's a bunch of them. Let's give all these kids a round of applause.
Results of Class 3 Hereford steers. First place goes to Violet Grosnickel. Second place, Aubrey Lambert. Third place, Joseph Putman. Fourth place, Brody Mathias. Fifth place, Maddie Mae Lambert. And sixth place, Hunter Putman. Following along in your program, on the right-hand side, 1, 2, 5, 4, 6, 3. The ring now is Class 4 and our final class of Hereford steers. We have 6
and wider in terms of his top line, especially fuller and leveler and squarer out of his hip. And really like the feet underneath that guy. We're going to change him of the three on the top side of this class. I think he's got the most amount of chest floor. We'd like to clean that chest floor up, and just sure doesn't have that extra roundness like that calf that wins the class. Calf that comes next, he was definitely in contention for second in this class. He mirrors that first place calf in a lot of places. I just don't think he's got as much shape to his stifle and just width in his pin set as that calf in first. He gets a little more waisty in terms of his underline and his midsection as compared to the two ahead of him. Calf that comes next, just a real basic, solid type of a Hereford fat steer that in a lot of earlier classes, he would have been very competitive. This was a fast race in this particular class. He's got a nice little look and design to him. He's got some muscling. He's not maybe as fresh in terms of his handle as the calves on up the glass. Sure not as attractive up through his front 1/3. Just a big, rugged, honest kind of a calf comes next. we get into the Shorthorn market steers, I'd take a picture. The cattle show. I would like to see him just track out a little longer in terms of how he sets down. He's not perfect, but we are very, very close for that breed of cattle. That's very, very good stuff right there. Young lady here in second has one just a little greener in terms of his conditioning. He also is square hipped and he has some quality to him. We're just not there yet in terms of his finish today. When you get your hands on him, sure doesn't have the extra bells and whistles and bone work and foot size like that calf right ahead of him. Great class of Shorthorns. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 1, Shorthorn steers. First place goes to Peyton Reinhardt, and second place, Jordan Inskeep. Entering the ring now will be Class 2 of Shorthorn steers. We have 4 entries: Landon Gorman, Matthew Lewis, Dalton Matthias, and Sophia Ruby. These steers' weights range from 1275 to 1328.
I think a very logical place to start again. Young man, if you want to bring your calf right here. Very logical place to start here in this class. One that is really big and hard in terms of his muscle shape. Very fresh to the touch. Doesn't have an overabundance of hair, so it kind of throws off the smoothness of this calf. But boy, from a muscularity, freshness, carcass, quality, and cutability, he wins the class by quite some margin. If we're going to pick on him ever so slightly, he could utilize his hock and hind leg just a little better, just bend and flex and go just a little better from that regard. And obviously, like we said, a coat of hair would smooth some of that up as well. This calf in second, he takes that extra long step off of both ends, and it's because he's big-footed and his angles are so good and true, and from that regard, he is better. Where he gives up, I would square him up from hooks to pins. He doesn't have as much overall width and shape to him as that calf that wins the class, but from a foot quality, structure quality, he is very, very good. The calf that comes third here, boy, love the length and levelness that this one has down his top line and out of his hip. Really gives you a nice look from the side. He just does not have enough muscle to compete with them two at the front end of this class. But he is a good structured calf, and his structure keeps him out of the fourth hole in this class. Calf that rounds out the class, he is one that you get your hands on him. This calf is covered up with condition. He's going to cut at a high degree in terms of quality grade. That yield grade might be just a little bit higher than what a guy would want because he's a little wasteful in terms of that condition. He's also a little bit more refined in terms of his bone work, smaller footed, and just doesn't set down as comfortable off of either end. Very good class of shorthorn steers. Let's give all four of those exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 2, Shorthorn steers. First place goes to Sophia Ruby. Second place, Matthew Lewis. Third place, Landon Gorman. And fourth place, Dalton Matthias. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 3, 2, 4, 1. Entering the ring now will be Class 3 of Shorthorn steers. We have 4 entries: Caitlin Bentz, Jana Inskeep, Braylon Kaiholtz, and Chloe Kaiholtz. We have steers ranging in weights from 1342 to 1395.
Okay, I think a very logical place here in this class, especially on the front end, this calf that wins this class, very well balanced, heavy muscled calf that I think is very appropriate in terms of his condition today that he comes with us, comes at us with. Very good structured, just checks a lot of boxes. Maybe not any crazy parts to this one, but in terms of a solid Shorthorn market steer, I think he's very, very good. The second place calf here, in terms of foot quality structure, he may be the best one in this class. Really takes a really agile stride off of both ends of his skeleton, and I like that an awful lot. He gets a little more wasteful in terms of the front side of his chest floor. His hip and the way that's designed and the fullness of muscle out of that hip is maybe not quite as square and true as that one in the first hole, but those are just little prosthetic things that we would like to change, but his fundamental build and structure, extra muscle, solidly keeps him in the second hole. Calf that comes third, he is one that you get up on top of him. He is extremely wide and broad in terms of his top line and back shape. He is one you also get your hands on him. He's a little heavier in terms of his condition. Just like to freshen him up just a little bit, just a little past his prime. But he's got the extra muscle to beat the calf in fourth, but you just change his structural integrity to get him on up another place. Then the calf that runs out the class, he's got that length of stride that we like to see, the foot quality that we'd like to see in a calf. He just simply is a little bigger framed, flatter in terms of his muscle and rib shape, just doesn't have the extra width and power and carcass traits that the cattle on up the class do, but that's a big, long-bodied steer to round out that class. Let's give them 4 rounds of applause, if you will.
Results of Class 3 Shorthorn steers. First place goes to Braylon Kaiholtz. Second place, Chloe Kaiholtz. Third place, Jana Inskeep. And fourth place, Caitlin Benz. Now have the selection of our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn steers. Our class winners entering the ring from Class 1, Peyton Reinhardt. From Class 2, Sophia Ruby. And Class 3, Braylon Kaiholtz. Our second place entries entering the ring from Class 1, Jordan Inskeep, Class 2, Matthew Lewis, and Class 3, Chloe Kaiholtz.
Well, I mean this with no disrespect, but I've judged quite a few shows in my lifetime, and very, very, very seldom do I use the words impressed and Shorthorn steers usually in the same sentence. Today is going to be an unusual situation because to me, this set of Shorthorn steers was very, very, very impressive in all 3 classes, right? It's just sometimes hard in the 21st century to get muscle bred into these cattle and structure and keep it all working the right direction. To me, these 3 animals do that to a high degree. That calf that comes out of the last class, just so fundamental in terms of a market steer and checking boxes. He does it very, very well. Maybe doesn't have extra bells and whistles like a couple others out here. But boy, that calf's got back shape. He's got some roundness to his ribs, some depth of rib, extremely sound structured, just maybe not as wild looking as a couple others, but his fundamental quality is so good. One that in terms of neck length and just hardness and freshness to the touch, this red and white steer out of the second class is very good. With all that hardness and freshness, he maybe isn't as soft-bodied as the steers on either end of him. I don't think he utilizes his hock quite as well as either calf on both sides of him. But boy, that is a unique made, really big square-backed one there that we admire his fresh handle. And then we come to the one out of the first class, and no doubt he's got the hair coat, and that sure helps anything when you got hair as long and dense as that is. But beyond that, on the stand, that calf is impressive. I know he's still a little juvenile. We probably got 100 pounds to go on him before we've reached 12 o'clock. But boy, at 11:30, son of a gun looks tougher than nails to me. If we could change him ever so slightly, you might just see him set down just a little softer and squarer on his back too. But boy, in my opinion, that's one of the most unique Shorthorn steers I've seen in my lifetime. He's going to be a champion today.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn steer is exhibited by Peyton Reinhardt. Our second place entry from that class coming into contention is Jordan Inskeep.
We bring that second place one out, and that's just a calf just not quite as far along today in his condition to run with this top pair. To me, it boils down to the class winners out of 2 and 3, and to me, of those two, you talk about checking boxes and making basic, good, solid fat steers. To me, the dark red roan calf out of class number 3, he's the second best one. He'll be reserved.
Congratulations, your reserve champion Shorthorn steers exhibited by Braylon Kaiholtz. We'll now get ready to move into our AOB steer show. All right, class 1 of AOB Market Steers is entering the ring. We have 2 entries, Jordan Inskeep and Chloe Matthias. Jordan Inskeep's steer weighs 1254 and Chloe Matthias' steer weighs 1212.
think both these two steers we get into AOBs, they're really close, right? They just got some little things we'd change about him. Both of them are just packed full of meat and muscles as much as anything that we've seen today. Really a smooth-built red roan calf that I'm going to start off with. To me, his joint work and just how he bends his joints are a little better. When you get right in behind him, he tries to get outside of his skeleton, really pushes off the outside of his toes just a little bit. We change that about him, and I think that calf becomes very, very relevant. But a smooth-built, good-looking, heavy-muscled one there to lead off with. In terms of back shape, and judges talk about that explosiveness coming out of the top side of his blade. This is what they're talking about right here. He is a foot wide on both sides of his back coming out of the top side of his blade, and that's really, really cool. He's very modern in terms of the shortness of back and the roundness he has to his muscle pattern. To me, where I'd fix this one and where he becomes less than desirable is the size of hock he has. Just a little puffiness to it. Just takes away from his overall balance. Just doesn't use a little tougher class here to put together in my mind. To me, we are at a show steer currently, and they got halters on them. To me, the one in first is the show steer of the three. I mean, he's easily the heavy muscled one of the trio. Big round feet underneath of this guy. A killer look from the side. My biggest thing is he'll get just a little rock forward on that front shoulder and knee. Don't love that about him, but beyond that, he wins the class for fun. So we're going to call it acceptable today. The next two steers, way more practical in terms of their kind. Really sound one here. The soundest steer in the class is the silver steer that's second. He just is not blessed with as much total circumference of bone, foot size, muscle shape, and extra look like that black steer right ahead of him. But that's a sound-structured, round-bodied, really good built one there, that silver calf in the second hole. I just wished he had a few more bells and whistles, a little more muscle expression. Big frame red and white calf here that's third. Calf that is really square in terms of the way he comes to us today. Love the finish on this guy. He is one that gives up probably more muscle yet than the two right ahead of him, and you could live with some of that, but he'll get a little outside himself on his rear too as he goes around the ring. I just like to square him up a whole bunch on those back two. Calf that comes next, he's got the cobra neck and the look. Love the front 1/3 when that young lady throws his head up. He gets his ears ahead. He is one that's not nearly as square hipped and just good and full out of his hip as them two right ahead of him. And he also is much like the red and white calf ahead of him. Could just utilize his hock and hind leg just a little better to get on up into that third hole. Calf that comes next, the little slicker haired individual, he is one that is getting right there to me and maybe just a little past 12 o'clock in terms of his condition. Again, he's going to grade in the choice grade and all that's going to be good, and once you get the fat cut off, he's going to taste awful good. Just to me, in terms of freshness, I just think he could be a little leaner, and beyond that, he sure doesn't have the ruggedness at the ground in terms of his foot size and bone work as the cattle on up the line. Biggest frame calf here that comes next. Love the length of hip and length of rib that this one offers. He is one, when you set him in motion, just doesn't utilize that back leg quite as purty as the cattle on up the line. Gets a little higher in terms of his top line, takes away from his balance and overall completeness. Tremendous set of steers here in this class AOBs. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 2 AOB steers. First place goes to Cora Koblenz. Second place, Charlotte Pollock. Third place, Cadence Offit. Fourth place, Cooper Beachy. Fifth place, Jacob Inskeep. And sixth place, Cameron Beachy. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 6, 4, 1, scratch, 5, 3, 2. Entering the ring now is Class 3 of AOB steers. We have 2 entries, Delaney Allball and Jolene Honeycutt.
I think a very logical placing here in my mind. We're going to start with the young lady's blue roan calf. I just think his extra flexibility kind of propels him to the front end of this particular class. I'll be the first to admit he probably does give up some back shape and muscle and width to the red steer in second. But I just think in terms of the way his shoulder and knee lays into him, the extra flex he has in his hock, he is the one I prefer in that regard. This red steer on the stand right there, and even more when you get your hands on him, his back shape is absolutely outstanding. The explosiveness coming out of the top side of his blade and just width all the way back to his hook bones is very, very good. And from that regard, I love him. To me, when you set him in motion, he gets more upright in terms of his shoulder and front knee. Sure doesn't get out and stretch like you'd like to see on those back two, and doesn't have that overall ruggedness at the ground in his foot and his bone work. But boy, that is a heavy muscle, dense made Shorthorn plus calf for that young lady. Let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 3 AOB steers. First place goes to Delaney Allball, and second place Jolene Honeycutt. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 of AOB steers. We have 3 entries: Sierra Howell, Cooper Kefauver, and Aubrey Meisinger. These steers' weights range from 1405 to 1438.
All right, a little tougher class to put together. The easy thing to do here is this Motley Fakes calf that wins the class. Really like the type of cattle that this one represents in terms of his framework and length of body. I just think that's a very good kind of a fat steer. If we're going to get critical on him on the stand, we love a lot of things about that one. Very unique. When you set him in motion, he's a little short tracking on his back too, and just maybe doesn't get out and float like we'd like to see him. But boy, that's a heavy muscled, good looking, fresh fat steer there to win the class. We get beyond that, I think there's some give and take, and I sure would listen to arguments on this pair right here. They are very, very close here in my mind. To me, the black steer's maybe not quite as long and clean necked as the red steer. Maybe he doesn't have the extra length of hip and levelness of hip that red steer has, but he is more expressive in terms of his muscle pattern when you get him, set him in motion. I know he's not, he hocks in and maybe just doesn't set to the ground quite as comfortably. And I thought the red steer at first was just plumb sounder. Once we walked him in there that last time, I'm not sure there's just enough extra soundness in the red one to get around a black steer that just has much more muscularity and more natural shape to him. But like we said, we love the cleanliness of front end, length of front end, the length and levelness, the hip to this red steer. He's got a little swelling on that left hock and just maybe doesn't set down. It's maybe a little better than the black steer, but I just don't think that it's enough of a high degree to get around a steer that's got a little bit more width, the base and muscle. Tremendous trio of three. We got one more class of these AOBs. Looking forward to the champion drive. Let's give them three exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 4 AOB steers. First place goes to Aubrey Meisinger. Second place, Sierra Howell. And third place, Cooper Kiefauber. We'll now have Class 5 and our final class of AOB steers. We have one entry, Riley Meisinger, and her steer weighing 1442.
Just got a single entry here in this last class of AOBs. Boy, from a bone work and foot size standpoint, this has got to be as big a foot and as big a leg as we're going to see all day. And for as big as they are, this calf is very, very flexible as well. And I think that's quite impressive to have an animal that's weighing over 1,500 and to be able to get around like he is. We're going to change him. You know, we're getting just a little on the taller side. I could live with the weight, but we're getting a little on the taller side of things. You'd like to maybe moderate him, or for his size, if we just chuck this calf full of a little more meat and muscle to balance everything up. But that's an impressive set of feet and legs, extremely fresh and clean through his chest for a calf of that size. Let's give that young lady a big round of applause, if you will.
Congratulations, Class 5, first place, Riley Meisinger. We'll now have the selection of our champion and reserve champion AOB steers. We have our class winners entering the ring from Class 1, Chloe Mathias. Class 2, Cora Koblenz. Class 3, Delaney Allball. Class 4, Aubrey Meisinger. And Class 5, Riley Meisinger. We'll also have our second place entries coming into the ring from Class 1, Jordan Inskeep. Class 2, Charlotte Pollock. Class 3, Jolyn Honeycutt. Class 4, Sierra Howell. And there was no second place entry in Class 5.
Well, again, a very impressive ALB division. Let's give all these ALB exhibitors a round of applause for bringing stuff out in the rain today. Yeah, I think all of these classes, to me, had something you could kind of gravitate to and sure had some quality. And it started down there at Class 1, the red roan steer, a calf on the stand that is sure in contention, one that for that size of cattle, he's heavy muscled, good looking, short backed, got a really good balance to him when you get off the side view profile. When you set that one in motion is where he comes apart a little bit, wants to get just a little outside himself on his rear end, and maybe doesn't have the extra muscle like a couple others out here. In terms of back shape and proportionality, and just a solid, big-footed, good, rugged fat steer. This black steer doesn't have a lot of extra hair, but that calf is very, very good in that regard. The back shape, when you get your hands on this calf, he's an absolute freak show in that regard. Really wide-pinned, wide-stifled calf. We love all that. Where this one here, he comes apart is on his front end structure. Wants to get a little forward in a front knee at times, and it starts up in his shoulder. We just like to change the front end structure on that calf a little bit, but his muscle is the best out here in this lineup. The blue roan calf that comes next, really a striking front 1/3 to this one here, sharp fronted, clean fronted, blue roan kind of a calf. Maybe not extra robust in terms of his muscle and shape. Tremendous hair coat on this guy. He is one that won that pair of cattle because he was just a little sounder at the ground. We still like that about him. We just like to see a little bit more added muscle to him. The black baldy steer, yeah, in terms of a show steer, when you're bored at school, this is the kind of calf that you draw. Tall fronted, good shouldered, rugged in terms of his design. Great feet and legs underneath him on the stand, and one that has a really well-balanced type of muscle pattern laid onto his skeleton. When you set that calf in motion, to me, he could utilize his hock just a little better in comparison to some others out here. But boy, in terms of what a show steer needs to look like in terms of constructing him, he is very good in that regard. The biggest set of most flexible set of feet and legs is the big silver steer, and it isn't very often that the heaviest steer and most progressive in terms of his weight is the soundest, but that is the case here. This is the soundest calf that we've seen in this division. You know, my only question on him, he's tall. I mean, that's a calf that I would use the word tall. He's just a frame score above, maybe a frame score or two above what most people would deem an ideal fat steer. And he has some muscle. To me, he just needs a little bit more muscle to pull all that, the length and height that he is, just to bring everything into balance. But he is one that we appreciate his feet and legs an awful lot. To me, there's an easy one to win, and then it becomes a lot harder in my mind to pick a reserve. The champion's pretty simple. Young lady out of the second to last class with the black baldy, he's going to be a champion.
Congratulations, your champion AOB steer is exhibited by Aubrey Meisinger. Coming into contention from that class, second place entry Sierra Howe.
We bring that second place out of that particular class back in here, and that was one that was a very tough pair with a good red steer right behind that one. When you compare him to some other cattle out here, he's maybe not quite as true and square in how he sets down to the ground on his back too. Sure not as square as some other ones out here. To me, it's really tough to put together because you got a bigger steer. You got kind of a flatter blue roan steer here. You got a rip-roaring muscled one that's got some trouble up front, and then you got one that's outside his skeleton and a little red and roan calf. To me, it's really tough for reserve, and I think there's 2 or 3 different ways you can go. To me, again, like I said earlier, we're at a show steer show here. The second best show steer that has the extra muscle in the finish to also do well in the carcass contest is the young lady's black steer right here. He's going to be reserved. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations, your reserve champion AOB steer is exhibited by Cora Koblenz. Taking a quick couple-minute break before we get into our crossbreed steer show. All right, we're getting ready to get started with our crossbreed steer show. Class 1 is a single entry. Delaney Ogg's first entry steer in this was moved. So we have a single entry Delaney Ogg with her steer weighing 1,011 pounds.
As we get in the crossbred division here, we got a little lighter weight kind of calf here to start off this show. One that, boy, when he gets out and goes, you sure have to admire the structural integrity of this calf. Is very, very good. He is one that has some muscle shape and dimension, very, very fresh in terms of his condition. Just his weight and maturity, I'm not sure he's quite there yet to where you'd consider him a fat steer or market cattle quite yet. But boy, a few more days on feed, that calf's got quality, just needs a little bit more time. Congratulate that young lady by a round of applause. She's going to get a workout today.
Congratulations, first place in Class 1 goes to Delaney Ogg. We'll now have Class 2 crossbred steers in the ring. We have 3 entries. Gage Axline, Mackenzie Putman, and Colton Wood. These steers' weights range from 1108 to 1176.
like to take something from all three of these and build one. Just a little tougher class to put together. I'm going to give up a little bit of muscle in this Hereford steer. I think in terms of his skeletal quality, he is by far the best here in my mind. His shoulder construction, front end construction, the way he carries himself in his top line and back when you set him in motion, the extra long stretch he's got off both ends of his skeleton is very, very good. If we could change him, no doubt about it, we'd give him the lower stifle and the punch and the density of the two right behind him. But that's a very good built Hereford mark calf. And I think in terms of skeletal quality, starting with the fundamentals, he does it the best. The back shape and squareness and just the carcass in this black and white crossbred calf is very, very good. With all that muscle, when you get your hands on him, that he does have, he wants to come up in his top line when you set him in motion, throws off his balance quite a little in terms of how he carries his top line and gets a little more roller coastery on his top line when you set him in motion. I also would like that calf to set down. He wants to hawk in, kind of gets a little underneath himself, just sure not as attractive, not in sound, but not as attractive on his hind wheel when you set him in motion. Little shorter bodied, shorter hip kind of a calf here to round out the class. One that sure has some muscle to stay with that black and white calf ahead of him. One that just when you set him in motion, much like the calf ahead of him, wants to come apart in his top line, and I think he's the poorest of the three in terms of how he handles his hock and hind leg and just how he gets around the ring. But three heavy muscled steers that are high quality. Let's give all three of these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 2 Crossbred steers. First place goes to Colton Wood, second place Gage Axline, and third place Mackenzie Putman. On the right-hand side of your program reads as follows: 2, 3, 1. Entering now will be Class 3 of Crossbred steers. We have 4 entries: Cole Axline, Judd Harbaugh, Jace Warner, and E.B. Wood. Steers weights range from 1198 to 1239.
All right, we got a very unique class here. This one wins the contest, best name class of 4 today. We start off with, where's my showman at here? Golly, Gunner. We're going to start with Gunner here. Silver calf, young man I think he got stepped on. This calf wins this class very easily. Heavy muscled, sound build, really practical, but still has enough look and design to him. To me, he's just a very safe place to start here in this particular class. Then we got Roscoe, right? Is that off the Dukes of Hazzard? It is? Really? Holy cow, I would have no idea that you would know what Dukes of Hazzard is. We got Roscoe coming in second, a Hereford marked steer, one that gives up a little muscle to the 2 right behind him, but his top line and just skeletal build is the second best in the class. Roscoe's got a nice cover on him, and to me, he just kind of logically just kind of falls into the second hole. And then we got, help me out here, Bubbles, right? Bubble? Just Bubble, one Bubble. Oh, Bubba, okay. Well, that's even better. I like Bubba. We got the baldy named Bubba that comes third here. He is probably muscle-wise compares to that silver one that wins the class. He gets a little rounder from hooks to pins, wants to get a little high in his top when we set him in motion. But I do like the muscle and back shape in that calf. I just like him to keep his skeleton together just a little bit better. And then we round out the class with what we heard a little bit ago, Thunder, with the young man's black steer here. And Thunder is a really pretty fronted calf. We love the cleanliness as he has up through his front 1/3, his head, neck, and shoulder. He is very, very good. Where we would change him from the shoulders back, he just doesn't have the extra mass and extra muscle that the steers on up the lineup do. Tremendous class of steers, great names here in this class set of 4. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 3 Crossbred steers. First place goes to Judd Harbaugh. Second place, Evie Wood. Third place, Jace Warner. And fourth place, Cole Axline. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 of Crossbred steers. We have 4 entries: Devin Gladhill, Cooper Kefauver, Austin Newsbaum, and Harley Wiles. These steers' weights range from 1247 to 1293.
I think we got a very good place to start here in this class. Really sharp-fronted silver calf here. I love his shoulder and the way his neck comes out of that shoulder blade. Cleanliness of chest floor is very, very good. And for one that has that kind of look and style, when you study him from the shoulders back, he's big and broad and wide all the way through. And for all the bells and whistles the calf's got, really like the way he is when you set him in motion. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd just like to see him just a little more shape to his rib and roundness to his rib, and maybe just a shot of depth of rib. But that's a good-looking, stout-made calf. Wins the class for fun. We get beyond that, I just think it is some give and take. The black steer that comes next probably got the least hair in the class, but he is one that is just very basic in terms of his build. He checks a lot of boxes in terms of making a fat steer. He's sound and deep, smooth-shouldered, really smooth in the way he's put together. Maybe doesn't have the extra muscle like the baldy steer and the red steer right behind him, but he's so smooth and complete. I just think he's got to fall into the second hole. The red steer that comes next, to me, when you get off the side of him, just his levelness, the top line, and just completeness that he has gets him ahead of the baldy. Just don't think he's as clean-fronted and clean-chested to get around the black steer right ahead of him. He just kind of falls into that fourth hole today. The baldy steer, he is one. I do admire this calf. When you get your hands on him, he is explosive in terms of his back shape, really, really wide in the center part of his back. When you set him in motion, I just wish he handled his top line a little better. Sure doesn't move out as pretty on his four corners. And doesn't have that extra foot size and the extra bone work that the calves on up the class have. But he's tall-fronted, long-fronted, and has some back shape and muscle. Tremendous class of crossbred steers. Let's give them a round of applause, if you will.
Results of Class 4 crossbred steers. First place goes to Austin Newsbaum. Second place, Harley Wiles. Third place, Devin Gladhill. And fourth place, Cooper Kefauver. Entering the ring now will be Class 5 of crossbred steers. We have Nathan Anders, Matthew Dunn, David Hawkins, Austin Lee, Avery Pollock, Trenton Strong, Cassie Whipp, and Destiny Hurt was an added entry into this class, moved from elsewhere in the program.
Boy, good big class here of 8 here in this class of crossbred market steers. I think just a real solid place to start here in the young lady's black baldy calf. In terms of just size and shape and scale and length, this calf here just is like you'd want them in terms of building a show steer. Calf is heavy muscled, very good in terms of how he utilizes his 4 appendages and gives you a killer look from the side. One that, you know, if we were just to change him ever so slightly, we might just like to see him just a little more expressive in terms of his muscle out of his hip, ever so slightly. But boy, that's a sound build, very good proportioned market steer, wins this class for fun. Really flexible yellow steer that comes second. Love the feet on this yellow calf. Isn't blessed with the hair coat like the black steer right ahead of him, but boy, he is husky-legged, very, very sound, and we love that about him. He's sure not as attractive up through his chest floor and his lower neck as the black baldy calf. I don't know if he just has that wow factor like that black calf right ahead of him, but that's a sound structured, heavy muscled one that's finished very, very well. Just really solid place in the second hole there in this particular class. Young man's red baldy, unique colored one here in third. He gives you a striking view from the side, really keeps himself composed in his top line very well in motion around the ringside. He's heavy boned, heavy footed. We love all that about him. My concern with this one, when you get your hands on him, to me, he needs more days on feed over that last rib, a little harder to the touch. And I mean, some people call that fresh. To me, he needs just a little bit more condition to be a full-fledged market steer and move up one place in this class. Young lady's Hereford colored steer that comes next. One of the bigger frame cattle in this drive. Long, level hip. We like that about him. In terms of his skeletal build, he was the next best one I felt. He's sure not as attractive up through his front 1/3 as the 3 cattle ahead of him. Just maybe just doesn't have the extra shape that the cattle do ahead of him. But his levelness of hip, the way he carries himself at his top line, the extra stretch he has off all 4 corners, to me, he had a solid place in the 4th hole. Young man's black baldy calf that comes next. He's just very basic in terms of his build. He's deep-sided. He's great conditioned. I like his finish on this calf very, very well. He has some muscle, no doubt about it. When the young man gets him propped up and set up there, he can give you a nice little look. I think he's shorter bodied, shorter hip than the cattle ahead of him. Doesn't have the bone work and the foot size that the cattle do ahead of him, and sure has some more chest floor that takes away from the pleasingness to the eyeball from the side of this particular calf. But that's a very solid, good, basic kind of fat steer, just kind of falls into that place. Get into 3 really bigger frame cattle here. Calf that comes next, probably the biggest framed in this particular class. Big, heavy legs, really bends his hock. I love the way that calf moves around the ring. To me, he's just a little bigger in terms of the frame score that I'd like to see in a fat steer. And if he's going to be that big, I'd sure like to see him with more width of pin and just width of stifle when you step in right behind him. But that's a sound structured, tall fronted, good fronted calf. One that comes next here, much the same way. He's a little more moderate in terms of his kind. He has more back shape than the calf right ahead of him. My biggest concern about that one, he just wants to get rounder hipped and rounder in his tail head. You'd like to square that up to give him more overall balance to get on up any higher. Then you round out the class with, again, one of them bigger frame kind of cattle that when I got my hands on this calf is just not there yet in terms of his finish in my mind. I'd just like to put a few more days on feed on that one, and he could use a little muscle along with that. But a very well-balanced calf that's very square in terms of his hip and all that. Just like to feed that one a little bit harder to get him to grade choice a little better chance. Really good class, a lot of head. There's 8 head in that class, one of the biggest classes of the show. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause for the great job they're doing.
Results of Class 5 Crossbred steers. First place goes to Avery Pollock. Second place, Nathan Anders. Third place, Austin Lee. Fourth place, Cassie Whip. Fifth place, David Hawkins. Sixth place, Matthew Dunn. Seventh place, Trenton Strong. And eighth place, Destiny Hurt. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 2, 6, 5, 3, 1, 7, 4, and Destiny Hurt's added entry was 8. Entering the ring now will be Class 6 of Crossbred steers. We have Kylie Kramer, Cheyenne Fitzpatrick, Savannah Fitzpatrick, Jonah Grossnickel, Jordan Oler, Maddie Peterson, Piper Cease, Reed Thurston, and Evie Wood. We have weights ranging in this class from 1383 to 1422. We'd like to take a minute again to introduce our judge again today, Mr. Corey Thompson. He was born and raised in Wayne, Nebraska on his family's diversified livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Corey received his bachelor's degree in animal science from the University of Nebraska, where he also competed on the livestock judging team. After graduating college, Corey worked at several show cattle operations, which eventually led him to Mitchell, South Dakota, where he became the head herdsman for Bushy Park and DeRushi cattle. There he showed countless man-on-Jew national champions who left a lasting impact on the breed. You can find DCC and BP genetics on the backside of pedigrees of the winningest females and most popular bulls in the breed today. Today, he is the customer success representative for 605 sires and donors in Marion, South Dakota, for both the semen collection and IVF sides of the operation. He takes pride in working with the best sires, donors, and operations in the country, something that he can attribute to his plethora of connections in the industry. With a drive to push the needle forward, he spearheaded the task to add an on-site sex semen lab to give 605 customers another avenue to promote their genetics. Corey has had the opportunity to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the American Royal and Cattlemen's Congress. Corey and his wife Stacy have one son, Kai, who enjoys showing cattle and market goats. Let's give Mr. Thompson a round of applause for coming out today to judge our market steer show.
Tremendous class of market steers. Like we talked yesterday when we got to the end of the show there in the Crossbred division, you want to know what it takes on a high level, no matter if you're at the Iowa State Fair, South Dakota State Fair, or the Frederick County Fair. These two right here are what it takes, right? They're with the skeleton. Just their overall quality in terms of their build is outstanding. Little tiny things separate these two in my mind. To me, the steer that we're going to start with in terms of density from his top line all the way to the ground, to me, that one is the best. He's just heavier in terms of his gauge down low, bigger and rounder in terms of his lower body cavity, extremely fresh to the touch. We like that about him. No, he's not maybe as long-necked and cool-necked as that one in second, but boy, that calf is so stout, so dense in terms of his build, very, very proportional in terms of how he's put together. There's just little things structurally that separate the two. To me, the one in first maybe just wants to push off the outside of his skeleton and just get just a little outside himself. The one in second, quite a bit of the time, that one will get just a little uncomfortable in terms of how he sets down on the back two in his rear ankle, but utilizes his hock very well. To me, I think that's about a push on structure. To me, what it boiled down to, the lower part of their skeleton and just density and width, there's so much more in that calf that wins the class. From that regard, that is what separated them. But that is two high quality steers that separate themselves from the pack in this class by 10 miles of bad road. There's no doubt. They are high quality. Look forward to seeing them back out here for the champion drive. The calf in third, that's not to take anything away from him. When he first took 2 steps into the ring, his neck set and presence, his extra back shape and width and power that he has, he is easy to gravitate to, and was dang sure in contention. Where he comes up a little short for me, he's a little shallower in terms of his depth of body. He's higher in terms of his flank, and then has that white in his flank that really accentuates that problem. And when you set him in motion, I just don't think he utilizes his hock and sets down as comfortable as the two in the front. I know we criticized him, but that was getting critical on two that were damn close to being perfect structured. This one here, to me, he's just a little farther off of that. I'd like to see him bend and utilize that hock just a little better. That thing's cool, big, and bold. He is a very high quality one in his own right. Just a little more traditional one, more moderately framed, presented very, very well. He's presented right with them two that win the class. There's just not enough bells and whistles in this calf. Not as cool-necked, not as sharp and fresh in terms of his midsection, and just doesn't have the overall bells and whistles of the calf through in the 1 through 3 cattle. Just kind of logically falls into the 4th place hole. Really a big framed, long bodied one here that comes next, and he'll give you a nice little look. The young lady does a great job of showing him, and he'll kind of catch your eye. He's just not heavy enough boned, not as robust in terms of his lower rib cage and dimension of muscle as the cattle on up the line, but that thing's cool looking. Applaud the lady for doing a great job of showing that black steer. White steer that comes next, just a little plainer in his overall makeup, but he's the next one in terms of muscle shape and power. He's the next best one in that regard. Really wide stifled, wide pinned kind of cattle, and just from his carcass traits that he brings to the table, he's got to come next here in this particular class. Big frame baldy calf that comes next. I love the length that he has. Just gets a little flatter in terms of his rib, just a little plainer in terms of the way he gets around the ring. He's another one. That young lady can set him up, and he throws his neck up. He can give you a striking profile. We'd just like to see a little bit more robustness to the center body, a little more shape to his muscle to get on up any higher. Young lady's loud-colored black and white one that comes next, much the same way. A big frame kind of a calf. We like that about him. But with all that frame, just doesn't have enough dimension to him to get on up any higher. He is big boned and big footed. Young lady does a great job of showing him as well. Then we round out the class with one that is very well conditioned, is sure ready in terms of a market readiness standpoint, but a calf that just doesn't have the added value muscle that the calves on up the line do. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause, if you will. That was a tremendous set of fat steers right there.
Results of Class 6 Crossbred steers. First place goes to Maddie Peterson. Second place, Piper Cease. Third place, Jordan Oler. Fourth place, Reed Thurston. Fifth place, Kylie Kramer. Sixth place, Jonah Grossnickel. Seventh place, Cheyenne Fitzpatrick. Eighth place, Savannah Fitzpatrick. And ninth place, Evie Wood. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 5, 7, 8, 6, 3, 1, 2, 4, 9. Entering the ring now will be Class 7 in our final class of crossbred steers. We have Delaney Allball, Cole Axline, Jaden Burns, Luke Lewis, Kenley Newsbaum, Landon Oler, and Charlotte Weddle. These steers' weights range from 1430 to 1456. We want to remind exhibitors ringside that following the Crossbred Steer Show, we will have the Market Heifer Show, and then we will be doing bred and owned steers before we select Grand and Reserve Champion steer.
little more of a challenging class here to put together. To me, the real easy thing to do was to use this red steer to win the class. Just a real basic, good, solid red fat steer right here. Extremely sound at the ground. Tons of back shape in this one right here. If we're going to get critical on him, when you get your hands on him, to me, he's just a little bit at 1230, but I don't think he's overcooked, but just could be a little harder to the touch. But his structural integrity, skeletal build, he is very good. He wins the class very easy. Black steer that comes next, he's the long-fronted, tall-fronted one that when that young man gets him set up, can give you a striking pose, right? He's a little bigger frame kind of cattle than the steers on either side of him. I get that, but he's got the muscle to back it up. When you get up on top of him, step in right behind him, his stifle width and back shape is very good. Super sound at the ground. We like that about him. He just doesn't have the extra moderation, maybe not quite as solid built in terms of a structure standpoint than the red steer ahead of him. But that steer's got to come second in my mind. Another one from a carcass standpoint and back shape and muscle, the baldy steer is the best coming next. Young lady gets him set up and gets his head up. He's another one that will give you a stylish pose from the side when we set him in motion. With all the muscularity he's got and the addition of all that back shape, he just comes apart in his top line. Likes to drop off in his loin edge there. Sure not as square in terms of his hooks to pins and how he carries his muscularity out of his hip. And he doesn't set down to the ground quite as true and square as the two right ahead of him. But that's a heavy muscled baldy steer, easily falls into the third hole. Another little bigger, the rest of the class is all bigger frame cattle. To me, the next one just separates himself in terms of his extra back shape and squareness is the next best. He is very good from a carcass standpoint that way. To me, he could utilize his hind leg just a little better, and I'd like to moderate him to play with that baldy right ahead of him. Young man's black calf that comes next, one that takes a long, easy stride as he goes around the ring. He can give you a very proud pose from the side when he gets his head up. To me, he's just not as wide-pinned and expressive in terms of his muscling as the cattle ahead of him, but that's a deep-bodied, fundamentally very good fat steer there to come next. Black and white calf that the young man brings out with the white socks here. Big frame calf, another one that's got a ton of back shape in him. Just gets a little rounder in terms of his hip structure, wants to get a little raise up and get a little high in his loin as he goes around the ring, but he's a big bone, rugged sucker himself. Black steer that rounds out the class, huge bodied in this calf. In terms of his depth of rib, it's outstanding. Really a short-bodied calf that balances well. He is just one, when you step in right behind him, we'd like to see a little bit more true muscle shape in that one to give him a little more carcass merit. Tremendous class, though, from front to bottom as we wind out the Crossbred Steer Show. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 7 Crossbred Steers. First place goes to Kenley Newsbaum. Second place, Cole Axline. Third place, Delaney Allball. Fourth place, Jaden Burns. Fifth place, Landon Oler. Sixth place, Luke Lewis. And seventh place, Charlotte Weddle. Now have the selection of our champion and reserve champion crossbred steer. Entering the ring first will be our second place entries from each class. From Class 2, we have Gage Axline. From Class 3, Evie Wood. Class 4, Harley Wiles. Class 5, Nathan Anders. Class 6, Piper Cease. And Class 7, Cole Axline. All right, we'll now have our class winners from our Crossbred Steer Show. From Class 2, we have Colton Wood. Class 3, Judd Harbaugh. Class 4, Austin Newsbaum. Class 5, Avery Pollock. Class 6, Maddie Peterson. And Class 7, Kenley Newsbaum.
Well, tremendous Crossbred Steer Show here. Couldn't be happier with the quality we've seen in this division. Please give all the Crossbred exhibitors a big round of applause, if you will. You know, and it started right out of the first class there. We used the Hereford steer. We gave up a little muscle, but that calf is built very, very good in terms of his hip and top line and his composition in terms of setting that one in motion. He really keeps himself together very, very well. One that's maybe not quite there yet in terms of his weight, but I like his skeletal build and his overall quality. Really a round ribbed silver one here in the second class. One that for his size, he is heavy muscled and dense built. Doesn't have a lot of hair. He wasn't blessed with a super hairy hair coat like the few out here, but that calf, for what you see is what you get. He is heavy muscled, big, bold in terms of his body, and sound structured. Maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles as a few other ones in terms of the uniqueness up through his front 1/3, and just that extra length of body and the solidness in their forerib, but that's a very nice calf. Really a cool looking one in terms of if you took a tape measure from the top of his pole to the top of the shoulders, that's about as long a neck calf as we've maybe seen in the show the last 3 days. He's so unique in terms of the front 1/3 of his skeleton, really big and bold in terms of his upper rib. I think he's got enough muscle. I appreciate him when you set him in motion and how he sets to the ground off all four corners. My biggest pick on that one, he's a little bigger framed and just doesn't have quite enough depth of rib to match all that frame and give him that overall balanced look. Black Baldy calf that comes next, you know, he kind of set the tone for the show steer award today in terms of the shape and size that they need to come in. That one is very, very good. It's so proportional in terms of his outline, length of neck, length of body, length of hip. He is very, very good. Really sets down square true off of all four corners. You know, maybe he doesn't have quite as much to him. He won that class easy when you get him out here compared to the two behind him. Don't know if he's got quite as much robustness to him, but that is a very elite built Black Baldy steer. Just wish he had a shot more muscle. The black steer right behind him, that was a very good class, right? Them two, they are elite livestock. To me, when we get him back out here and we look at him for a second time, to me, I couldn't be more comfortable with my placement of them two animals. This one here out of the next class, he takes that Baldy steer like we talked, proportions and making show steers. He takes it and amplifies it to the nth degree. Just so heavy duty in terms of how he's put together, and it starts up in a big square back, and it goes all the way to the bottom of his foot. And it's that density that he carried all the way through his lower cavity and stifle and shoulder and forearm that kept him in the first hole in that particular class. And I couldn't feel more confident about that once we get him back out here. Like we said, that is a very tough class. Was proud of both of them steers right there. And then the red calf that comes out of the last class, one that, you know, maybe just getting a little past his prime. We appreciate his structure, his squareness of hip, and the quality he's got from a skeletal build, but he's maybe just getting a little past his prime in terms of an end point and the amount of cover that needs to be on a fat steer. Tremendous quality crossbred drive here. Let's give all these kids one more round of applause. We'll go get you a champion.
Congratulations, your champion crossbred steer is exhibited by Maddie Peterson. And your reserve champion crossbred steer is exhibited by Piper C. It's the second place in that class. All right, now entering the ring will be our Market Heifer Show. We have 4 entries. We have Delaney Aug with her entry weighing 980 pounds. We have Colton Atwell with his entry weighing 1285. Cora Koblenz with her entry weighing 1261. And Ford Hawkins with his entry weighing 1325. Following our market heifers, we will be doing bred known steers before the selection of Grand and Reserve champion steer. So if you have a bred known steer entered, please be making your way to ringside. As a reminder to our beef exhibitors, please bring your sale papers up to the show ring. They need to be into the superintendent's by an hour after the conclusion of the show. So please bring those to the show ring as soon as possible.
All righty, to wind up the day here with the Market Heifer Show, I think just a super logical place to start here. And the young ladies, Blue Roan one that's just explosive in terms of her muscle pattern, really cool looking and elite built at the ground. If we're going to get ultra critical on her, she wants to duck her pins and just get a little off in her hip when you set her in motion. But that's a very well presented, heavy muscled, good example of what a market heifer is supposed to look like. Red and white heifer that comes next, to me, she's just really solid place for second. Big bone, big footed individual, one that's got some muscle. Sure not as sharp and attractive up through her front 1/3. Maybe doesn't have that extra robustness to her upper rib like that Blue Roan heifer does, but that's a stout made red one there in second. Really like the finish and the job this young man's done feeding this baldy heifer. You get your hands on her, she's maybe the nicest handling one of the four. She just gets a little more refined in terms of her bone work, a little bit more general in terms of her look and design from the side view profile. You just like to see her with a shot more, more look and design to that one. She gets a little longer in her toes as well. Young ladies, brown heifer here that rounds out the class from a muscle standpoint, width of pin set, with the stifle. That one's got some unique stuff going on. She's not there at 960. We just don't got enough days on feed to get that one on up any higher because of the degree of finish on her today. But tremendous set of four market heifers. Let's give them four a round of applause, if you will.
Congratulations, results of our market heifer class. First place and your automatic champion will be Cora Koblenz. Second place and automatic reserve champion will be Colton Atwell. Third place, Ford Hawkins. And fourth place, Delaney Aug. All right, we'll now begin our bred known steer show. We will have 2 heats. This is heat 1 entering the ring. We have Gage Axline, Knox Axline, Rhett Axline, Jonah Grossnickel, Avery Harbaugh, Maddie Mae Lambert, Miley Lambert, Jordan Oler, and Caroline Ahalt.
Double trouble. Yeah, this fair spot's been more and more money all the time.
think there's a few things you can do here in this particular class of bred and owned steers. To me, getting the Angus and the Hereford to the front side of this class was the real easy thing to do, and I just think there's just simply more product in this Angus calf. Boy, big and bold in terms of his center body, really smooth shouldered. I love that way that calf lays into his shoulder blade, extremely sound at the ground. To me, that's a very good bred and owned Angus type of steer for that young lady. Hereford steer, just not quite as sharp in his lines, a little plainer in terms of his throat latch. I don't think for a calf of that size, he's got the degree of muscle that the black steer ahead of him does, but that's a sound structured calf. When that young lady gets him set up, he will give you a very good, proud look, lots of style and presence to that one, easily falls into the second hole. Real basic, slick-haired kind of Angus steer that comes next. He is one, his back shape is very good. Lots of carcass merit to this black steer. He's just not as sound on his back too in terms of how he goes around the ring. Very square, very collected in terms of how he keeps his top line in motion. We just like to see him stretch a little better off those back two. Big frame Hereford calf here that comes next. Just from a muscle standpoint, he's the next one that falls in line. Really free and easy moving. Just gets a little sloppier in terms of his front end and just not as cool in the way he travels around the ring to get on up any higher, but he is the next heaviest muscled one. The black and white one here that comes next, the cool colored one, we talked this one in his class earlier today. A lot of back shape in this one, maybe not as much lower stifle. With all that back shape, he wants to get a little high in his loin. Just doesn't carry himself quite as level in his top line when you set him in motion. Black steer here that comes next, one that his depth of body keeps him in that place. He's got a little extra rib shape and depth of body. That's why he's ahead of the Hereford. I think he's got just a little bit more natural product, and his degree of finish is a little better than the Hereford right behind him. Hereford steer, when that young lady gets him set up, he will give you a striking view, really cool, really level in terms of his top line. He just gets a little shallower in terms of his rib cage. When you get your hands on him, the degree of finish on that calf is not quite there yet. Just needs a few more days on feed. And then the black steer that we round out the class, he is finished. Like the way this one handles, he just doesn't have enough product. Gets a little bit more refined in terms of his bone work to get on any higher in the class. Tremendous class of bred and owns. Those kids raised them things from birth till today. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results of Heat 1 of our bred and owned steers. First place goes to Jordan Oler. Second place, Miley Lambert. Third, Avery Harbaugh. Fourth, Caroline Ahalt. Fifth, Gage Axline. Sixth, Knox Axline. Seventh, Maddie Mae Lambert. And eighth, Rhett Axline. Jonah Grossnickel's entry in Heat 1 was moved to Heat 2. Entering the ring now for Heat 2 of our bred and owned steers, we'll have Layla Ahalt, Cameron Beachy, Cooper Beachy, Bennett Green, Aubrey Lambert, Piper Cease, and Jordan Inskeep, and Jonah Grossnickel. And Delaney Ogg's entry is a scratch.
Again, in this class of bred and owns, a little bit of a melting pot in terms of breeds out here. We got a real good place to start. A reserve crossbred steer here. He just kind of wins this for fun. That's a very good calf. We get beyond that, I think there's some give and take. I think there's a little bit more spread and just back shape and power in this Hereford that we're going to go second with. Wished he just flexed his hock and just went out and go just a little bit better on his back end as compared to the one in third. But I do prefer his extra muscle for the second hole. Really a smooth made one. The young lady gets him propped up and shown very, very well. Gives you a striking view from the side. When you step in right behind him, he's a little flatter in terms of his muscle pattern, but he's still a skeletal quality and back and how he carries himself around the ring. It's the next best. White steer, tremendously thick in terms of his back, really good pin width to this guy. He is one, when you set him in motion, just kind of flops his legs around a little bit, wants to hock in, just doesn't set down as pretty and comfortable as you'd like to see. But that calf has a really good top in him. I like that about him. We get into two black steers here. I think it's very close here between these two, and I think you could flip them any way you wanted to go. To me, I thought the calf that was next maybe gave up a little bit of muscle, but he was smoother shouldered and just smoother in terms of how he is put together. Wish that calf wasn't as straight on his front end as he is. Just think he could get out and go a little better. Really heavy muscled calf here that comes next, but with all that added muscularity he has, just wants to kind of drop from his hip to his loin and from his loin right into his shoulder there. Just like to level him up in his top line. And then we got two bigger framed Hereford cattle. I just think there's more stifle width in this red calf that comes around. He is sound and really gets out and goes very well. He is just one that's flatter sided, doesn't have the robustness that the cattle on up the lineup do. And just really a big-bodied, easy flushing type of a Hereford steer to round out the class. Just needs a whole bunch more shape to get on up any higher. Tremendous set of bred and owned. Again, these exhibitors have raised these from the day they're born till today. A lot of time and effort. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of our second heat of bred and owned steers. First place was Piper Cease. Second place, Aubrey Lambert. Third place, Layla Ahalt. Fourth place, Jonah Grossnickel. Fifth place, Cameron Beachy. Sixth place, Cooper Beachy. Seventh place, Bennett Green. And eighth place, Bennett Green. Coming in the ring now will be our first and second place entries from both of those heats. From Heat 1, we have Jordan Oler. In Heat 2, we have Piper Cease. And our second place entry from Heat 1, Miley Lambert. And our second place from Heat 2, Aubrey Lambert.
Alrighty, and as we wrap up the Bred and Owned show here today, I think we're left with 4 cattle to be raised by these exhibitors on their Maryland farms. This is pretty good stuff, really, because this is not an easy task. It's easy to drive out and pick a calf out of somebody else's pasture, but to raise them from day one till all the way to show day, it's a whole new ball game. So I applaud these kids. Let's give them a round of applause. To me, when you look at the livestock in this deal, it's fairly straightforward. The reserve crossbred steer, he's a phenomenal animal in this division. He's going to be your champion. Gets a little bit closer for reserve between the second place Hereford in that class and the Angus steer out of class 1. To me, I like the silhouette that the Angus calf paints a little better. You're going to use the Angus steer out of Class 1 for reserve. Let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause. Great bred and owned show.
Congratulations, your champion bred and owned steer goes to Piper Cease, and your reserve champion bred and owned steer goes to Jordan Oler. All right, we'll be starting shortly with the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer. We want to take a minute to thank the sponsors for our awards. For our Grand Champion Steer, the sponsor is Magnolia Meadow Farms, Bradley and Amber Season family, and we had an anonymous donor donate $3,000 for our Grand Champion Steer Award. Our Reserve Grand Champion Steer Award is sponsored by Lazy Days Farm, Craig and Lisa Duty and family, and we had an anonymous donor with a $2,000 award. We also will have a third overall steer picked today, and that award was sponsored by Main Street Groomers, Judy Cochran, and we also had an anonymous donor donate $1,000 for that award as well. We'd also like to thank Kreitz Auto and Repair, Kim and Charlie Kreitz, for donating all of the Breed Champion banners today. Let's give a round of applause for all of our sponsors. You can see the full list in your program today. All right, we're going to get started with the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Steers. We'll be bringing our reserve breed champions into the ring first. Go ahead, Parker. Our reserve champion Angus steer is exhibited by Parker Hahn. Y'all can clap as they come in. A reserve champion Hereford steer is exhibited by Michaela Burrier. A reserve champion Shorthorn steer exhibited by Braylon Kaiholtz. Reserve champion AOB steer exhibited by Cora Koblenz. Our reserve champion Crossbred steer exhibited by Piper Cease. And our reserve champion market heifer exhibited by Colton Atwell. All right, now entering the ring will be our breed champions. Our champion Angus steer, exhibited by Hayden Hahn. Our champion Hereford steer, exhibited by Marshall Stevens. Our champion Shorthorn steer, exhibited by Peyton Reinhart. Our champion AOB steer, exhibited by Aubrey Meisinger. Our champion Crossbred steer, exhibited by Maddie Peterson. And our champion market heifer, exhibited by Cora Koblenz. We do want to take one last opportunity to introduce and thank our judge for today, Mr. Corey Thompson. Corey was born and raised in Wayne, Nebraska on his family's diversified livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Corey received his bachelor's degree in animal science from the University of Nebraska, where he also competed on the livestock judging team. After graduating college, Corey worked at several show cattle operations, which eventually led him to Mitchell, South Dakota, where he became the head herdsman for Bushy Park and DeRushi cattle. There he showed countless Maine-on-Jew national champions who left a lasting impact on the breed. You can find DCC and BP genetics on the backside of pedigrees of the winningest females and most popular bulls in the breed today. Today, he is the customer success representative for 605 sires and donors in Marion, South Dakota, for both the semen collection and IVF sides of the operation. He takes pride in working with the best sires, donors, and operations in the country, something that he can attribute to his plethora of connections in the industry. With a drive to push the needle forward, he spearheaded the task to add an on-site sex semen lab to give 605 customers another avenue to promote their genetics. Corey has had the opportunity to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the American Royal and Cattlemen's Congress. Corey and his wife Stacy have one son, Kai, who enjoys showing cattle and market goats. Let's give him another big round of applause for coming out today and evaluating our market steer show.
Well, let me start off by thanking the crew here and the job that the ring help and the administration here. This show is ran so well. Let's give all them associated with the show a big round of applause. It's a thankless job. Hey, this has been absolutely awesome. Again, you travel from the Midwest, from a small town in South Dakota, and head to Baltimore, Maryland. You never know what you're going to run into, right? Have no idea. This has absolutely blown my mind, the quality that you have in this county and the kids you have in this county. Two things that have caught my eye and something that I think you need recognized for. To me, in the Midwest right now, kids, when they buy an animal and they have a project they want to win, right? Their parents are putting a lot of money on the line, and they acknowledge winning and they want to take a picture at the backdrop. I was very impressed and very touched by the kids that were fourth in class, came up and shook my hand. The kids that would reserve in their breeds and happy as heck and not throwing their scotch combs. The sportsmanship of these kids has been absolutely outstanding, and I think it's something we're losing sight of in this industry. It's not all about the winning. It's about learning from this project and being a better person. Let's give all the kids a big round of applause. Hey, the other thing I'm telling you, and that clapping, I told the ring help here yesterday, this is the most supportive crowd. I don't know how many shows I've judged, but I've done 3 in the last week, and I've done quite a few. And this is the most supportive crowd, the most ready to clap and support crowd that I have ever been around on a state fair level, county fair level. It don't matter. The support that you parents, grandparents, friends, neighbors have for these kids is absolutely awesome. So give yourselves a big round of applause, if you will, because I think that's something, again, that is missed in this industry, and I think it's something that we lose sight of. You just come to watch the show, and you want to see in terms of his design on the stand. This Hereford calf, in terms of unique ones for a breed of cattle, you do not find Hereford steers very often this robust in terms of his muscle pattern, the short back, the level hip, the sound structure, the density and the market steer quality in this Hereford steer for that breed of cattle to be a purebred is absolutely outstanding. I think from a muscle standpoint, he stays right with all of them in that regard, and that's impressive for that breed of livestock. I think he is very, very high quality. Much like the Shorthorn calf, that's the first calf I've ever taken a picture of during a show. You do not find Shorthorn steers that are built like this on the stand, right? With that kind of levelness in their lines. His hair quality is great, there's no doubt. He's presented very, very well. Just paints a beautiful silhouette, and that young lady does an awesome job of showing him. When you get him back out here, he dominated that breed. When you get him back out here, I don't know underneath all that hair if he's as dense and stout as a couple other ones out here. I'd like to see him just reach and stretch and set down a nickel more comfortable on his back too. But I applaud that family for the job they've done. And presentation is unbelievable. Hair coat, unbelievable. That is another breed for breed. That's as good a Shorthorn as you'll find, I'm afraid. The Baldy steer that comes next, that was the AOB division. He kind of set the tone for a black show steer today, right? The shortness of back like that Hereford calf, just really complete in his overall design, much like the Shorthorn calf right ahead of him. Just don't know if he utilizes that back leg to the full extent, reaches and goes and just bends that hock like we would deem ideal. But on the standstill, his back shape, presence, look, very, very good. Then we got into the Crossbred division, and these two steers, they're really something else. Presented very, very well. Hair coat, the way they're clipped, the way they're fit, it's all very, very good. To me, it was close between these two. I like this black steer I used. His density and width from the top of his back all the way to the bottom of his foot, he's the stoutest and ruggedest of that pair in my opinion. So opened up and round in terms of his center cavity, really wide stifled. He's just a real good market steer in my mind. You know, there's other ones out here that are prettier necked, and I don't think he's plain by any stretch of the imagination. I think there's ones that are longer necked, but other than that, that is as stout and wide a built cattle as we've seen all day. And that one that was second in that crossbred division, heavy legs, good looking. He's got the long show steer neck. The longer he's out here, he's just getting a little flatter sided. I wish that one was bigger and bolder in terms of his lower body and just wider in his undercarriage just ever so slightly. And then the market heifer that rounds out the show, boy, she is sound at the ground, has some muscle, little rounder hip, but that's a very good market heifer in her own right. Hey, this is impressive. If you don't think this is impressive, then we don't see cattle the same, because that's 6 head of livestock at this level of show. I just don't think it could be done a lot better. Let's give them all a big round of applause. We'll go pick you a champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion market steers exhibited by Maddie Peterson. Coming into contention for reserve is your reserve champion crossbred steer exhibited by Piper Cease. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion steer is exhibited by Marshall Stevens. We are picking a 3rd overall steer. Coming into contention is the reserve champion Hereford steer exhibited by Michaela Burrier. Congratulations, our 3rd overall steer is exhibited by Piper Cease. That concludes our market steer show here today. We want to remind all breed champions and reserve breed champions to stay here for photos here at the end. Thank you, guys. Sales sheets are due here at the front or to the beef office by 2:26.